Well, good morning. Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026, 0800 Central Standard Time. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live daily futures trading journal. And I stream every day, every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning till 1500 every afternoon, which is the cash market. Now, let me say that I am not licensed to provide trade or financial advice. There's a disclaimer, the usual one in the description here. Please read that. However, I do, as I said a minute ago, this is my virtual trading journal. So I trade live whenever a vetted trade presents itself. And I trade live here on Bookmap with, at the moment, Micro ES. This is a live funded AMP account funded by me. It's not a prop thing or my money on the line. And I trade live every day that there is a vetted trade. So there's that. Now, I am not monetized by YouTube in any way, so your likes and subs would be much appreciated. Let me see here if everything's trickling along. Yeah, okay, everything looks good on the stream. So, having said that, I am not licensed for anything. Refresh. Let's get on to live. There we go. Okay, checking OBS over there. This is my virtual trading journal. I don't multitask very well, and this is a real great alternative. Obviously all of the video and the complete trading day is captured here on the video, and my voiceover, this narration, provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. So I can focus on trading, not typing, screen snapping, jibber jabber. I don't go to Discord rooms and spend a lot of time waxing eloquent about my philosophy. I focus on trading because this is my business. So different than a video game, different than gambling, so it's not a adrenaline rush. It's a methodical, systematic approach based on statistically verified, vetted setups and trades. Okay. Let's see what else. I stream 1440p. So if you don't see crystal clear stuff on YouTube, hit the gear button and select that. I stream to YouTube because of my commitment to transparency and accountability. I take absolutely no trades off of this stream. That's why it's 7 hours long. And, I am diligent about the chapter markers because, I don't know about you, but I'm not going to review 7 hours of stream every day to see what trades were taken and what I was thinking at that moment. So that's why I do this chapter markers. All right, let's get on to the news now. Of course, as you can expect, our boys and girls in D.C. are having another little tantrum about government funding. We have a partial shutdown, I guess you could call it, today. Jesus, it's really amazing to me. It's embarrassing is what it is. So, typically we would have jolts out at 9 o'clock. We have, of course, speakers coming out our ears. Today we would have jolts at 9 o'clock, which will likely not be the case. It's still scheduled in the docket on investing.com, but it is not so on Financial Juice. So I'm assuming it's not going to happen. My news sources here for this reporting are the following. I use investing.com. I keep these resources free because I want to make them as accessible to anybody that listens to the stream or passes through here as I can. And I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT. They're for for money, and there's nothing I can do. But these are free. They're kind of obnoxious with these ads floating around, but what are you going to do? Now, you can filter this any way you want to do it. If you're in Kuala Lumpur and you want to only follow the Nikkei, there you go. I am following some U.S., Canadian, and Japanese, Chinese, of course, reports. You can, as I said, you can filter it for any kind of reports or country that you want in your time zone. Also, something that's pretty handy here in investing.com, notice how the link turns in, or the title turns into a link. If you don't know what the JOLTS job openings are, you can click that and you get a detailed, well, let's do that. You get a detailed chart of previous releases, and there you go, previous releases, everything about it, who puts it out. That's the reason we're not getting it. It's the Bureau of Labor Statistics, so those guys are all busy, you know, going to Jeffrey Epstein's island, I guess. What a joke, man. This whole thing is just getting crazier by the minute. Anyways, there you are. Now we are in the earnings height and thick of earnings season, and you'll see what I mean. This afternoon we have AMD. Now this little quarter moon means it's after the close, and the sun means it's at the open. These are the earnings reports just for today, if that's enough to scare you to death. So we're in the height of earnings season, and we've already had Apple and Tesla and most of the Mag 7 people. We're going to have Alphabet tomorrow, and this week again is going to be upside down. This is supposedly the week for non-farm payroll, but they've already come out and said that they will not be publishing non-farm payroll this Friday, because of the government inability to stay open. Really doing a bang-up job back there in D.C. So there's that. The other news source that I follow is Financial Juice, also free. You can certainly subscribe if you'd like. I'm sure they'd be tickled to death about that. It has a similar feature, a calendar feature here on the left, and it has more of a squawk box up to the, kind of a continuous update through the day. One thing that I really appreciate about Financial Juice, notice this here, Trump meets Columbia and somebody, Trump participates in signing time, whatever the hell that means. These will never show up in investing.com because it only reports traditional, known, for 100 years, used to be important market reports and economic reports, things that could impact the markets, FOMC, non-farm payroll, those kind of things. However, in this environment, we now know, it's exceedingly, glaringly clear that we can get random interruptions to the market that have serious critical potential. And, if you don't believe that, go back and look at your charts. You can see. And so I really appreciate when these things are pulled into a docket that I can get some heads up for the timing, because I want to manage my risk. And this is a potential high risk. That's all there is to it. All right. So let's look at the pre-market now. Hey, Panda. What's up? What's up, Panda? Yeah, she's looking for Antonio, but he's sleeping in this morning. Sleeping in, maybe. I don't know. Well, here we go. This is investing.com. Investor RT, sorry. This is the micro ES, micro NQ, the mini ES market profile chart, and this is my daily micro composite chart. First and foremost, with IRT, you can see on any of my charts in the header, you can see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. This is my higher time frame chart, which is, we refer to it as a micro composite. It is a daily RTH session only, and these are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them. That creates these red and green high and low volume nodes and the micro composite VPOC. I enter that micro composite VPOC in the all-time high and those kind of things manually in Bookmap, but these red and green volume nodes, high and low volume nodes, and the session prices push automatically to Bookmap. Yeah, I know, Panda. I'm not paying attention to you. Our cat's getting demanding over here. One of them. We have two. Yeah, stand by. So, and this is the micro composite. Now I track the same four tabs in the mini as I do the micro, and I push all these values to the session price values. I make them available freely to anybody that could use them. So here we are, pre-market, eh? There's our close. This is RTH session yesterday. Here's the current ETH session today. There's the close. We're 100% long inventory and a balanced market. Yesterday we took off like a scalded dog, straight up. What do I expect today? Well, typically, when we are 100% long inventory, I would expect some responsive selling to take profit. You know, that is usual. These are not usual markets. So my advice is to expect responsive selling on the open, and be sure you remember or are aware of the fact that this is an extremely volatile risk environment that we're trading in now, and that your job as a trader is to protect your account. That's the first and foremost requirement and focus you should have, and that I have. So I am continually aware of putting my account or exposing my account to market risk and trying to limit that. Yeah, okay, stand by, Panda. So there we are. Now, Bookmap. Right here, my trading software. You can see what the overnight has been. I've got Blue Boy over here, which is just a vertical line that I slap on the first print of every session. You can see there's RTH, ETH, yesterday, today, and last night. And just relax. And I do that because I want to make sure that when I glance left, if I see Blue Boy over here, I know that I have the entire session in view. Stand by one. I don't know what her problem is, but hold on. There's a pretty big crisis back there. Her food dish was empty. That's tantamount. So, yeah, here we are with Bookmap. Now, this is the dome, the price ladder, the order book, whatever you want to call it. These are all of the prices at every level. I've got it, 1 point high. You can take it down to ticks if you'd like, and resting liquidity at each level. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter these values that I spoke about a few minutes ago. And these are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically from Bookmap to Bookmap from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH volume profile, which resets every morning at 8:30. This is my statistics column, which is pretty important to me. And let me just shove this up a little bit, you'll see that these are the statistics from yesterday. Kind of, we're way above that. And here are the session prices from IRT, which, as I said, my systems start pushing these at 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 continuously through 1600 on Friday afternoon. And I share them freely. Just let me know in the like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with that link. It's a lot of people use it. You can put it in Cloud Note columns. You can put it in your software of choice. It's a Google link CSV, and it's, as I said, it's continuous, publishes or exports every 30 seconds. And this is my heat map. Now, notice there's no indicator on the heat map or my IRT. There are only a few things, which are the full session volume profile. Why is that two of those? That is so weird. Something's wrong there. I got to see what's up with that. Typically, the full session volume profile is this more muted yellow, and the previous RTH, yes, that's correct. Okay, previous RTH volume profile is a brighter yellow. POC is nothing more important or complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So at 70.17.5, we've traded the most contracts so far in the overnight session. That's it. The second that one of these other prices has more contracts, has, whatever that is, 4,148 contracts, this yellow line is going to go there. That's it. Simple as that. There's a VWAP for both the Globex and the full session, and there's a mid for the RTH session. The rest of them are just, straight up. Overnight ETH high. There's, it's just an abbreviation. A couple of levels that are kind of confusing sometimes are the IB high and low, because they are named from an old market profile world, which is initial balance. All these two levels actually represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Period. That's nothing more complicated than that. Now, let me see something here. I got to do something here pretty quick. Okay. And let me see. I think I pretty much plugged along there. Okie dokie. I've got to do something else here in a second. But in order to trade with Bookmap, which is kind of important, let's see here. I've got a minute and a half. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to jump myself around here a little bit. I'm going to do the TLab snap first, which is, you'll say, what in the hell is that? Well, it is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And every day I post 2 things there. I used to be quite active, but I'm no longer that way because I'm focused here on the stream, which is my trading, right? Isn't that important? I think so. In fact, that is the suggestion of the guy who started it. So you'll see that I don't multitask well. Let me get this going here. And there we go. Okay, the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And every day I post this in there at about 8:20, just to give all the people in there all these levels that they may not have on all the people who are in there. It's a Discord chat room. It's not a stream. The time, I think Tom streams about an hour and a half in the day, or he used to. I think he still does. And then about 8 or 6, a little around 6 in the morning, I also post the reports. Just 2 things to kind of tip my hat to Tom and out of respect, I guess. I spent a bit of time in there. I liked a lot of things he did. Now, let me qualify this, okay? Tom is reportedly by himself. He states he's a professional trader with 46 years experience. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. I've certainly never seen any kind of his account, reports or statements. So I can't say that that's the truth, but I believe him. There's a point kind of when you believe people by what they say and how they act. So there you go. I feel it's important to qualify that because I really don't know, but I believe it. One of the things I believe about the TLab is that I know from experience, you're never solicited for anything at all. It's fun. It's provided by Bookmap. So obviously they want you to subscribe. But there's a good crew of people in there, and if you're interested in a bunch of Discord stuff, that might be something to check it out. It's called the Traders Lab. I don't recommend any of the other Bookmap sites or Discord things because I certainly haven't been to them, and so how could I recommend them? And there you go. So that's the TLab. I put that little blurb every morning of this stream. It just kind of tip my hat to Tom. Now let's get back to something little more pertinent here, which is trading. In order to trade with Bookmap, the first thing you need to do is activate the trade control panel by clicking that padlock. And then you need to select a way you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. Chart, dome, or both. If you pick chart, the only active place the mouse works to trade is the active data column, the dome. The only place the dome columns, and of course both is, as you might guess, both of them. The next thing I do, and I really strongly recommend, is to trade with multi-brackets or some version of that. Now, this is the smallest risk-neutral package that you can use, and this is where I introduce my risk-neutral methodology to the system. Stand by, somebody's at the door. All right, so this is the risk neutral package. The smallest package you can use is a 2-lot. So there's the size. Now, the next thing you need to establish is a stop for the entire package. And the first thing you better have done is thought about this before now, 6 minutes before the open. The first criteria that I suggest and that I definitely recommend is this needs to be predicated on your account risk parameters. Very, very definitely. As I said earlier, your mission as a trader is to preserve your account. What difference does it make if you have the best strategy if you can't trade tomorrow? Right? You blow up your account and that's that. So this is really, really critical. After these two values have been determined, then the first risk neutral scale, take profit target, is automatic. It's for half of the package and for the number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. The minute this is achieved, the worst you can do is scratch unless you move your stop away from entry, and then you've got bigger problems. And then there's a runner. So you can do any configuration you can dream up. Okay. I also activate Execution Pro and the break-even trail because I have, as I said, or at least mentioned in this earlier in the stream here, I only trade vetted setups. That means I only trade setups which I have identified in advance, identified specific parameters to qualify that trade, and then I have captured a statistically significant data set, i.e. backtested over 1,000 trades plus that it has an expectancy or an edge or not. And I have determined doing that first scaling, when T1 is hit, scaling to the risk neutral entry is more profitable than not. So there you are. And that's all you can do is go on statistics. That's all I do is go on statistics. Now, we've selected the 2-lot package. I don't need any of these other trade control panel tools because I use multi-brackets, and you notice the parameters here, okay? I also have them up here. You can turn these off or on if you'd like. What this enables me to do, however, is to re-click that button. It stays green, padlock stays open because we've selected both or a method to interact. I get all my parameters. I get cancel, close, and I get the real estate back. Now, we're ready to trade. We've set up multi-brackets. We've set up the trail. And we are 3 minutes away from the open. You can also enter or trade with your keyboard if you set up hotkeys. But let me just be sure you understand the focus of the operating system has to be on the bookmap application in order for a hotkey to work. And I find the reason I've gone to the mouse and the active data column is because I believe it is much faster and more accurate. Be really aware if you accidentally click in this panel. So you see how the mouse pointer turns to a $ from an arrow? You click over here anywhere and you've got a trade or an order on whether you meant to or not. So caution, grasshopper. So we're in crazy days again, you know, it's another temporary shutdown and bullshit. And oh, sorry for my French, but it's just so exasperating to me. And all these guys talking out of both sides of their mouth, you know, how they're going to save money and do this and cut Doge and all that noise, spending billions of dollars a day on ballrooms and building detention centers for people who are not given their rights or due process. It's really weird to me what's going on over here. So we'll see what happens. Really strange. And, you know, I don't know what to say. Nothing to say. I'm just going to focus on the market. But let me just, we're going to open in about 30 seconds here. So let's see what happens. Let's see if the damn thing resets on time. That's been my biggest bugaboo lately. Yeah, keep your powder dry. Remember, your job is to maintain your account. Only expose your account to market risk for vetted setups. Proven. Do not, don't give in to monkey boy. Don't be over trading and clicking and making up stuff. There we go. We're going to open in 10 seconds. And now I'm sure there'll be a flurry of me complaining when it doesn't set automatically. So. And we didn't get to the statistics, so I'm going to have to get to those in the next go around here because we're busy open and we have open. So there we go. And it's not resetting as it's supposed to, so that's just magic. Nothing I can do, I guess. Okay, the next, as soon as we've got this going, I'm going to go to the statistics, which I just completely skipped over there, I guess, by mistake. Sorry about that. Part of the pre-market, but let's do it anyway. Okay, so the open statistics are this column, which is really important to me right here. And it's a little bit late, but this is our previous close. And the first thing that I do is determine where the open type, what open type we will have statistically. And that is this column. The first thing I do is change the title of that column. So here's our open. And where, Jesus, man, this is ridiculous. There we go. Where will, if we open right here, right there, actually. How does that compare to the previous RTH close, which is right here, and the previous RTH range, which the high is here and the low is below us? So we are higher in range. And the first thing I normally do, wait a minute here. I don't want to do that. I want to do this. The first thing I do here is change the column title to higher in range because that's what our open type was, statistical open type. And then we clear the statistics, the notes column, because we're going to get the statistics for today, right? And where do those come from and how do we get them? Well, this is a little puzzling to me. Higher. It's got to be higher in range. There's a RTH close. Why IRT is not updating, I don't know. Anyway, this is the statistic study, and here is higher in range, which I believe is what our open type is. Now, IRT, when they get around to thinking about it, will highlight the correct open type. So let's look at that. The way this works is the study looks back at 1,668 recent trading days. We opened higher in range 514 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, the overnight volume point of control was taken out 80.7% of the time. So the overnight volume point of control, 80.7. Now, normally we have all of this done before the open, right? But I got sidetracked there. Sorry about that. Next is the overnight mid at 74.7. And that's, now remember, these are not going anywhere, right? So this is not like I'm not cheating. The overnight mid is the overnight mid. It's never going to change. Neither is the overnight point of control. Right at the open, it may have dropped down to here, but remember this is full session. So the full session will keep plotting. Next we have the overnight high, which is 74.5. Can't believe I got all busy talking and didn't remember to do the statistics. I better get back to bed immediately. I get so disappointed with what's going on. Previous close is 69.6. And they're going to tag it out pretty quick if they're not careful. I still haven't gotten the POCs or the mid or the high. What else we have going on over here? IB high 68.1. IB, let's do that. I missed it. I missed the initial balance high. That was something I wanted to put in there, but sorry about that. Now I can't because this is the initial balance high and low, right? But because we've opened. All right. I'm going to now jump back to something that's important for me to do, which is change the chart sessions to the RTH, and I do that like this with IRT. And savey. Lag is just irritating the shit out of me. Go to our other one over here. And the reason I do this is to keep the session levels aligned and with how they should be. Specifically just the value area high-low and the developing value area high and low, really. That's the only two levels that are affected by that. But because there's a lot of people that use those levels and use my session prices, I want them to be as expected. So remember I was talking about in the pre-market, what was that? Responsive selling. We're 100% long. Let's see what happens. Here's our yesterday. There we are today. In Q, the MNQ. Okay, now we're going to go down here and tag somebody out, perhaps. Settlement is, close is just above settlement. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the statistics here. I don't know why that's not doing that. I don't think we opened lower in range. That's pretty weird. I wonder if this is the wrong, let's see something here. It's the RTH session. It's the MES. I don't know. That's pretty weird. I've never seen that. I know we opened lower in range or higher in range because we opened way above the close. That's higher and within range. So why this is not picking up the correct thing? I changed all these tabs around trying to eliminate my eliminate lags. Let's see what happens if we download some data here. Placing all data from micro A mini. Boom, bitty boom, bitty boom. That's pretty weird. I've never seen that happen. Now, I did change the refresh and the stuff we've taken out, the settlement and the close. We're heading down towards yesterday's value area low. And this is probably a bad time to do this. Now, this data download is going to make a mess out of everything. All right. While that's thinking, let's get back over here and watch what's going on in the markets. I may just, wait a second here. I may just, I may just do something. I don't know. I can't even think now I'm talking. Well, we're doing that. I don't know. I'm just going to close this off and hope for the best. I'll look at this. I'm going to redo a whole bunch of stuff with IRT. I just discovered I can do. I can install 2 different instances, which will run independently on different cores or threads. And I'll have all this stuff there. How in the hell do I do that? That's pretty weird. I definitely know we open higher in range. Or IRT is all upside down and backwards because of the close. No, there's the close. There's our open. So we opened higher in range. Absolutely. Okay. Well, I'm not going to argue about it. I'm going to continue on here. Okay, what are we doing now? Who's on third? I don't know what's going on. Let's see what's up. Okay. Blue Boy to the rescue. Let's get Blue Boy on duty. Wake up, you lazy dog. There we go. Here's Blue Boy for the RTH session. There's our open. There's our settlement. There's previous close. I believe all of those things to be correct. I'm sticking to it. Yeah. Remember that all these session prices, and statistics too, for that matter, are pushed from IRT to Bookmap. These I enter manually as we just did. Let's see, what did I forget to do? Now I've got that set up okay. The 2-lot package we can trade, that's okay. Don't have any trades to worry about or to think about or to expect until the initial balance sets, because that is what we're trading. What I am trading is the initial balance trades. The opening range trade would have been interesting. Open, first minute. Yeah, would have made some money. That's one of the trades that and there was something somebody didn't like. What was that? That had to be somebody saying something. Typically, there's not some kind of a big break like that on nothing, right? That's just nowhere. That is a big nowhere in the sky, in my opinion. Super light volume. I'm not getting any updating here. What's going on? I don't see any movement over here in the market profile chart. We've got price action right here. This little white nub is here is the current trade. I don't see anything happening over here though, which is kind of disappointing. There should be a yellow progress line. Is this trading off somewhere that I'm missing? What the hell is going on now? This is no fun. So we've got everything trading across here, all right. We're on the RTH session only. See what happens if we do this. See this line right here? That is current trade. I don't want to be on the full session here. I want to be on the RTH session. Yeah, the RTH session. And it's not showing my indicator here. I don't get what's going on all of a sudden. Huh. Well, I screwed myself, I guess, when I tried redoing many of these things. Huh. I don't understand that. Well, I guess I have a lot of fixing to do here. So there's, there's that. Well, that's just weird. I've never seen that before, and I'm not sure what to think about it. Oh. On the market profile, what I'm talking about here is I'm not seeing the daily, active trade. Now watch this when I go to RTH session or the ETH session. There's current trade, but that's the full session, right? I don't want that to be the case. I want it to be the RTH session, and I don't see why we're not getting active trade there. Oh, baby, I know. Tony was playing hooky. He's not here waiting for you. Okay, so let's just onward and upward. I'm not trading the I have no idea why that's not plotting. I'm not gonna bother about it though. Here we are. We're all set here. We've got our active day. There's some responsive selling down through the close, taking a little of that profit. NQ is really making a point of it. What have we got for volume here? Well, 100% volume for this time of day. Look at there. And our ATR is about 5 handles wide on this candle. So what is this? I think I might have shot myself in the foot pretty thoroughly here. I deleted some indicators off of this thing, which I didn't think I needed, and who knows. Okay. Well, did I remove the TLab? Yep. The stats? Yep. Okay. We're approaching the 9 o'clock hour, and what does that mean? Well, that's the weirdest thing. So here's our open, and here we are. IB low, IB high. Remember, those are just the high and low of the first 1 hour. And we're doing some of that responsive selling, I guess. Man, I've got everything shut off I can think of to shut off over here on IRT, and there's still a 8-second lag. Really disappointing. The problem with a lot of this stuff is, you use it for years and it just works, and then you forget. I do anyway. I haven't troubleshot or messed with had a problem with the market profile chart in, Jesus, years. So what to do, I don't know. And I'm really sick of this lag story. That's for sure. But we're selling down pretty well. That stupid thing can't even get its shit together enough to do what it's supposed to. I thought I was fixing stuff, and I apparently didn't do a very good job of that. I guess. I guess. This is just the weirdest thing. Well, that's the day session. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Look at there. Isn't that weird? Now we got today's session working. Jesus. Okay, great. I'm so happy. Let's save the damn thing. And they're selling her down pretty good now. We get into this string of singles from yesterday, and look out below. This big spike down here on the, the short covering. The market goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go what? Goes what? And we're selling her hard now. Anybody that's short is a tickled little devil. Well, is everything coming back to life here? I don't know. Still have a 13-second lag on this damn thing. And why, I don't know. Oops, well, I didn't want that either. What I'm doing is deleting a lot of these charts that are heavy. Yeah, I don't know what to say here anymore. This is, we're only 100% volume. There's a huge amount of volume coming through this system. That's why I'm looking now at multiple instances of IRT, which I can have up. One for, all the typical backtesting kind of stuff, and then just one light one for the problem that I have personally. This is, nobody cares, I'm sure, but me, but are the exports and my sharing of the data for the session prices and stuff. I share both the micro and mini. Also the high and low volume nodes, that's takes a lot of oomph out of this system. even though it's a big system. It's an i9 12900K with 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, but it doesn't seem to be enough with the huge amount of volume coming down the pipe. And there we go. Out of bed we fall. My goodness, who was it that said something about profit taking and responsive selling? Well. And that's absolutely not any kind of a, fortune telling or anything. It's just anticipation. It's, for 100% long inventory all night. Think about it. Wouldn't you take some profit? Me too. That's all there's to it. Certainly not any kind of wizardry. I'd like to have you believe that, though, and everybody send money, that'd be great. I wear a big tall hat and have a magic wand, and might change my name from Boomer to Bandolph or something. Micro Composite VPOCs down here at 58s. Watch for that. Watch for that. And we're past 9 o'clock. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, that means it's time for me to approach how I'm trading. Here's today. Yesterday. I shut off those fractals. That's just annoying. Okay, now, this chart is just a standalone chart with these custom indicators which I built. These pullback zone, continuation zone around the initial balance highs and lows are strictly because for me to visually verify what's happening with my trading system, which we're going to apply right now. And that's the initial balance. There we go. And gonna not like this at first. Okay, this is my first vetted trade. Lag 17 minutes. I don't know what to do about that. It's so disappointing. I didn't used to have those issues. I don't know. I restart IRT every morning at 7. Maybe I need to restart it like now just to clear out memory. Maybe it's got a memory hole in it or something. I don't know. Anyway, so this is the trades that I have vetted are the initial balance trades, and I can't even get a hold of this for you to show you all the rules here because there we go. It's still trying to get its act together. There we are. So these are the rules which I have come up with that validate the initial balance trade. There are 2 of them. There's an initial balance continuation and an initial balance failure. And there are 2, one for each of the initial balance levels, high and low. So, and you ask, what is the initial balance? Well, if I could get the stats to work right, I'd show you that. Let's first look at what's going on with price. I forgot and deleted that stat. Hold on. Let's look over here while I quickly try to do this. Okay. So the opening range is, and you notice that it's woken up to the fact that we opened higher in range. Notice that IRT highlights the open type, which is pretty convenient, but only after 8:30. And you see how the session, these various levels change text color from black to blue? That's because when a level is revisited by price, they change the text to blue. Pretty handy. So the opening range trade, or the opening range statistic, is the most probable statistic every day. Today, for example, when we opened higher in range, there's greater than 97.5% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be revisited by price during this current RTH session between 0930 and 1600 Central Standard Time. That's all it means. But it's the most probability or statistic every day, always. They're ranked by probability, right? So it's the first rule of my trade, because I'm trading on the initial balance trade, the continuation or failure. Okay, so now there's no continuation or failure zones yet because it's not 9:30. Once there is, these will materialize and their naming convention, and they'll be pushed across to IRT or to Bookmap. So I have no trade to anticipate or to participate in until the initial balance is set. Now, one of the real positive features, in my opinion, of trading only vetted setups, besides it is the methodology recommended and followed by the most successful traders in history, including from Jim Simmons down to, Tom B in the Traders Lab and me and Rod and whoever else. Not that I'm the most successful, but you get the point. So that's why I am doing this now. What kind of trades are there? There's the initial balance continuation, meaning that price comes down, takes the initial balance out, comes back up, and continues on. Pretty simple. Typically, that would be suggested or anticipated in a directional market. The IB failure trade, price goes up, takes out the IB high or takes out the IB low, can't get below it, and comes back. That's basically a mean reversion trade with a fancy name around the initial balance, driven most of the time by the type of day we have, more anticipated to be more prevalent in a balanced or mean reversional day, right? Which is rotational. So there you go. Simple. Nothing has to be real complicated. This system only has 3 rules. The initial balance trade is A, and I'm not very, imaginative in naming. A, pullback or continuation zone. B, revert to the trigger zone, the trigger. There you go. Now, I call them rules because that's how IRT defines it here, and so I just stick with that. And there we are. Now, we'll just stand by here because we have to, and there's no hurry, scurry, or blurry when you're trading predetermined vetted setups, because you just wait. I wait for A, I wait for B, and if I get a trigger, trade. If I don't, no trade. No FOMO, no over trading, no clicking the mouse, no monkey boy, nothing. It's simple. I don't know how to better explain that. I wish I could, to describe how I don't know, relieving is not the right word, but it just relieves the pressure. And it relieves all the, the anxiety. First of all, I'm taking trades which I have pre-identified have a positive edge. I know that if I take every one of those that presents itself, the law of large numbers will apply and I will be profitable. Period. I'm not guessing. I'm not gambling. I've got very specific rules, and I'm trying. Now, one thing that I will point out, first of all, this is probably important. This, I'm now going to send this trade system to this chart. It has nothing to do with trading, and it's going to be focusing on the live market today. But with any trades taken will be within the IRT simulated environment, because I don't want IRT, this trade system, to be putting live trades through my live AMP account, because I'm not confident in my ability to have this coded for that functionality. I have it very definitely coded up to do what I need it to do over here and to backtest. But as far as the live trading, no. So that's intentional. And what I do here is once I have A, B, and trigger, I manually put the trade on over here without thinking about it. Yesterday, I missed 48 ticks, full, 60 ticks, because I didn't click quick enough. I mean, it did one of these, and that was the entry to the target, and it never came back. Happens, right? I would long for the day when I can be confident enough that the way I have this coded up. I mean, it's like Tom B, jokes about having an ATM in the basement. What a pleasure. It would be great, wouldn't it? And all the algorithmic stuff and algorithmic trading and all that stuff. So what we're getting down here is kind of interesting, huh? We're getting a couple of 3 bottoms down here at the IB low. And that's just above our high volume node and the micro composite VPOC. This is still not the IB low. Remember that it will continue to go lower with price. And I think this is probably a good time for me to point out. Now, wait a minute. Let me do something that I was going to do. What I'm going to do now is send this system to the chart. And I'm going to turn these off because they just draw lines everywhere. Okay, now, when the system finds a trade, if in fact it does, and all the way this works is the computer validates every one of these rules over every candle, every 1 minute bar. And these are just Boolean. So that's all there's to it. Now this is happening. You see there was a trade yesterday. Okay, that's how it graphs them. There's the entry, there's profitable, and there is the first stop. And something else I wanted to hold. Okay. I want to be sure that I've got my setup correct. This is how I do that. So I've been experimenting with this 2-tick stop and a 16-tick target for both T1 and T2. That has a surprisingly successful rate. You see right here, for example. But I think that today's trade will be the typical, as I have it coded up in IRT, in Bookmap, I'm sorry. 12 ticks and 48 ticks. And I'm going to do the trail. Once I achieve T1, it will trail to entry. Now you got to save that. This will go away when I apply the different rules. Watch this trade. Modify. Save. Wait a minute here, what's going on? Yeah, there you go. Different. Modify. Okay, now, if and when we have a trade occur over here, it'll plot out like this, and it'll be the standard risk-neutral 2-lot package that we have come to expect. And the levels will push across here. Okay, let's see what we've got. Let's save that damn thing. So this is the system. And now let's get back to where we are. Well, boom. Boom, 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 huh? Right down to within a kissing distance of that VPOC. Don't know what's going to happen now, but who knows? Huh? Who knows? Okay. And we're 20 after 9. A whole bunch of pinging going on with Discord. I don't know why. Hey, Antonio. Buenos dias. Bon dia. Sorry. 18C over here this morning. So funny, freezing and insulating pipes, and the next day it's 70. This is crazy place. Crazy place. Oh, Jorgensen just got 170 ticks out of something long. I don't know where the hell he found a long, but I don't think that would have worked for me very good. Been having all kinds of goofy problems with stuff. I've been trying to get this IRT more streamlined, and you see the lag it just continues to have problems. I don't know what to think or what to do. I've gotten to the point I'm about ready to shut it off and start over. I mean, you know, I've changed my tabs up so that I can delete the heavy charting underneath of them. I don't know what else to do. Anyway, the problem with this lag story is that it has a big impact on the trading. I think I'm going to shut the damn thing off so that show it who's boss. It has a big impact on the trade tab because those bars lagging, the signals are way behind, right? So that's mega stupid. Don't forget that we've got some random risk at the top of the hour. We've got Dr. Trump here is going to be on with the Colombian president, and then 1300 he's got signing time, whatever in the hell that means now. I'm not sure. But it's, you know, any time that those guys are near a microphone, as far as I'm concerned, that presents a potential for risk. So let your conscience be your guide. Let your conscience be your guide. See what happens now if this thing comes back to life and wants to play nice. I'm still predicting we're going to tag out 69.45 before this is over. That number has been pretty incredible. This doesn't look right. Wow, look at that. It changed again. 69.44. This is so weird. You see this? This micro composite VPOC is now back to 69.44.75. That was 69.50 last night. There's a problem with this data. That's for sure. And I don't know what to think about it. That surprised me when it was 49.69, to be honest with you. And 69.45 again on both of them. So that is as I expected it to be, and I'm going to change this to be that. I don't know what's going on. 69.44. Oh, well, call me a liar. 69.40. What the hell? $44.75. what I'm doing is picking that up off of right here. I don't know. I'm not liking that much. And the lags picked back up again a minute ago. Was nuns. So yeah. One thing I don't do very frequently is reboot my router and switch. Maybe that's something to do. Fiber optic, 5 gig fiber optic, I think, with AT&T. So, ooh, VPOC migration. Here we go. Out the bottom. That would be a pretty, that would be a nice brick in the wall there, huh? Look at there. VPOC migration aligned with context. We're 3 minutes away from the initial balance statistic. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What's going on over here now? That lag needs to go away. I don't know what to do about it. Really frustrating. Huh. Right back to that POC, huh? Thou shalt not diddle in the middle. Remember, that's a commandment from a pretty special book. Best loser wins. Okay. I don't know what to think here. I am so disappointed with this. I can't just not publish the, not track or monitor the ES because I push those levels to a lot of people that use them. And second of all, I mean, there are people that have 15 charts open and I don't think they have this drama. I don't know what the hell to do. I don't know why I'm the lucky winner here. But I know one thing. Pretty damn frustrating. Well, what's context would you guess if you had to look? Well, it's pretty much down. That responsive selling that I thought about, anticipated in the pre-market, seems to have panned out. And here we are. So there you go. I don't know. We got the full session volume profile. The volume POC joining up with the RTH here. So now everybody's on board. We're back down in our... Wait a minute here. What's going on? This has been tagged out for sure. Okay. No. That's interesting. So it's 9:30. How did I know that? Because all of a sudden here came the pullback and continuation zones from the trading system. So there we are. Now let's see what happens. Remember, there's no trade until there's an A and a B and a trigger. And don't I hope it's to the bottom? Yes, I do. I have a real problem, and I'm desperately trying to figure out how to code up a context filter or, qualification or something. I don't think it makes sense to trade counter trend, counter context. Now, the only way that I know to validate that is to, right now, there's no filter, backtest it, then put on whatever that filter turns out to be and backtest it. That's the only way to systematically make changes positively. Otherwise, you're just, going at it like you're killing snakes. That doesn't work, I don't think. So there's that. Also, it's now 9:30, right? So let me point out that it's not a good idea to trade in the direction of a statistic. And what do I mean by that? Well, I mean that this is really irritating. What I mean by that is we don't have an IB statistic yet, and that's the first rule. Okay, it's pretty okay. What's going on here? This is where Monkey Boy, your wiring can come and bite you in the butt. Context is down. POCs are migrating down. POCs, the POCs below mids, below VWAPs, below everything else. I just know we're going to take the IB low. Here, we got it. We pulled up here. I know we're going down short. That's got a real low probability of success before a stop. Will we take the IB low? Maybe. Have we taken the IB low yet? Nope. Is it a statistic yet? Nope. So trading in the direction of that statistic being achieved is, in my data, a bad idea. That's all I'm saying. Jesus, his lag is still ridiculous. I don't know. Session prices is the biggie. Every time I look into the cause for the lags, session price is the one that's taken the longest to recompute. And I've pushed them out, changed them around, moved out the recalc times and all kinds of stuff. I don't know what to think. Well, so there's our low. Boop. Here we come. Pullback zone, continuation zone, trigger zone, IB low. Same 3, same 4 around IBI, same 3. It's not complicated. It can be if you want to make it that way, but I believe that it's the human. As humans, we, certainly not. I have certainly not done the studies, but I've looked into it a bit. we get all complicated with, 13, 14, 25, whatever it is, factors to qualify your trade or checklists and all these guys doing all this kind of stuff. The human mind just kind of falls over after about 5 and just defaults to the easiest one, the most obvious. That's what they say. So I try to keep it to a minimum. That's why there's 3. And in my case, they have to be code. I have to be able to program them so that because the basic function of this setup is backtesting to develop an expectancy or an edge or whatever you want to call it. It's not to trade it live. What I'm doing over here is forward testing, basically the system. So if sure, I could say, okay, if context is down, I'm not going long. That'd be pretty easy. That's easy to do in Bookmap, but I can't code. That's not something that can be replicated with a code when the computer is doing a backtest. And what everybody who follows this thinking and this methodology says, if you have spent the time and the money and the whatever, the sweat and the tears to develop a system and backtest it that has an edge, and then you use discretion to not follow it, there ain't anybody much more stupid than you are, because you've just, by applying that discretionary change, you've just undone all of your hard work. So, there you go. And there's a lot of monkey boy things that come into play. Like monkey boy is what I call it. Tom refers to him as Hyde, Jekyll and Hyde, or whatever you want to. I don't know. I'm sure everybody has a euphemism somewhere or another that they use, but basically, in our development over these thousands of years as a species, we have brought with us a bunch of wiring that served us well once upon a time: risk aversion, desire to be right, seeing patterns, all that stuff, but it doesn't help us in trading. Quite the opposite, actually. And, because it's baked into our DNA and our wiring, I don't believe it's ever going to go away. You're never going to get rid of it. You're never going to eliminate FOMO from your feelings, I don't think, unless you're psychopathic. I don't think you can ever do that. So what I try to do is be constantly, vigilantly aware of myself here and now. And when I feel adrenaline or monkey boy starting to rip and snort, and then I just thank him a lot, put him out in the backyard, and don't act on it. Don't click that mouse. Don't chase. Don't FOMO. Don't all those things that monkey boy is so famous for. That's all I know to do. Oh, no lags. That's great. So it might actually trade right and trade out. See what I mean? Oh, we're going to get that statistic. Let's get short. Oh, wait. We just got stopped out. Oh, uh-oh. That's happens more often than not, I think. I may have to step away and go get my green tea glass filled up here, which means that all hell will break loose, probably. Remember now that the statistic is active. The IB low will no longer move down. The developing value area low is just above it. The high is not going to go anyplace. And so the most likely statistic will be the IB low. Yeah, absolutely. I think so too. But am I going to try to trade towards that? Nope. And is that going to signal a trade? Nope. That's going to be rule number A. And I have to look for B. And then I have to look for a trigger. Well, what happened? Nothing. My goodness. What a surprise. And let me be real clear to point this out, as I'm probably forgotten to so far. This is my virtual trading journal. This is what I'm doing, how I'm approaching the market now, today, the 3rd of February. Might I change? Sure. I hopefully will evolve. You know? Also, this is absolutely not my way or the highway. This is how I'm doing it now. And I'm completely transparent and open about it and fully accountable. And I would really love somebody say, dude, you're out of your freaking mind. You know what I mean? Or, boy, that's a great idea. Or try this. Or I am, and if you have a way to trade that makes you money, absolutely don't change it. Makes you money consistently. Now, and also, here we go. We're going to take the IB stat here pretty quick, it looks like. Also, I'm approaching this as a trading business, not a video game, not gambling, and neither one of those things are bad. If you like to play video games and you like to gamble and you're, financially secure and don't need this for a living or want this for a living or a business, good for you. That's cool. Once again, it's not my way or the highway. So this is how this these pullback and continuation zones plot the trigger zones, the IB low, the IB high. Let's do something because we're getting, you know, we are in the area where I could trade. So quick checklist, both. I know that's the 2-lot package. I'm sure I've got the stats thing doing the right thing, which I never seem to get right. Yeah, okay. Synchronize with web, okay. Execution Pro is going to do whatever it does. All right. Trading is ready to rock. Here we go again, right? Boy, are we going to get that statistic? Well, not until we've taken everybody out by about, 8 or 9 handles. And also, 10 o'clock, Trump. Look at that. Isn't that something? It's, and these VPOC migration trades are something that a lot of people are good at, except I'm not, because I mean, it's pretty obvious. How can it not be? What's this yellow brick road doing, right? How can you miss that? You can't. What I've not been able to figure out is the supporting parameters and criteria to validate an entry that's got a positive expectancy that, over the long haul. And I'm not interested in something that's got a, 10 consecutive winners in a row and 50 consecutive losers in a row. That's a big hit on me psychologically. So I'm not crazy about that either. I want to see a positive expectancy over wins over losses, and I want to see a relatively positive win rate against loss rate with an R factor and a risk to reward factor. Those are the things that are important, and expectancy, of course. Well, imagine how many people just got stopped out, or doubling down, or dollar averaging in, or whatever else. And don't you think that the higher time frame people are fully aware of that? Of course they are. You got to remember that the higher time frame trading desks, trading floors, those are generally manned by extremely highly educated people, math, physics, and funded better than virtually anybody. And they come in to trade to make money. And remember that futures is a zero-sum game. There's no ever a possibility of more sellers than losers or than winners, sellers than buyers, or vice versa, because we trade futures. It's not like stock where there's a pool of liquidity that can be bought or sold that doesn't affect somebody else. For every buyer, there's a seller. For every seller, there's a buyer. So whenever you buy, there's somebody that, because you think it's going up, there's somebody that sells because they think it's going down. Who might you suppose has enough money to acquire inventory against themselves and then turn it around? Selling. Somebody who's on the other side of this going buy, 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 buy. How is that person going to make money? Oop. You know, I know that sounds pretty superficial and basic, but I really believe it's almost that can be boiled down to that. And that, that loops back to Tom's, the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. I mean, that's the same. That's the, just another way of saying it. Not necessarily the case in other markets. I'm only talking about futures because that's what I'm trading. So there you go. Man, boy, all those boys and girls that got short right here, knowing that we're going to take that IB low and looking for the breakout trade, just got hammered. To the tune of 10 handles, by the way. Do I think you should pick the bottom? Nope. Unless, if you have a vetted trade about that, good for you. I don't. I'm trading the initial balance trades, and I am waiting for that to happen. I have 3 rules, and when and if all 3 happen, I'll put the trade on. It's just that easy. I mean, not easy, but, I'm an old cowboy from Montana. That's maybe something worth knowing. And I'm really all about simple, and basic and logical and, well, yeah, okay. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do it this way. Still got a big lag on these. I don't know why. One of the things that could be hitting me, I guess, is brain fart, sorry. Every time I glance up, there's a reason I don't have, a bunch of Discord things and stuff going on all the time is like I said, I don't multitask well, and I guess my concentration is as good as it used to be. I don't know. I try to stay focused right here on trading, on the hard right edge and on my trading system. And, I look up and read something from Harry or Rod or somebody, and then I think, yeah, what's that all about? And then I forget what the hell I was even saying or thinking or doing. That's not why I'm here. This is my business. Drinking and bullshitting is something we can do somewhere else. We go, meet up down at the bar, and it's like I said, I'm an old cowboy from Montana. Work hard, play hard. Kind of. But there's a time and place for both, absolutely. And those guys are the real fortunate to grow up the way I did. So let's see now. What is going on here? What is happening? Well, 10 o'clock, we got the possibility of Trump. Yeah, that's going to put me off. So as I said earlier, I am real risk averse here, or at least really conscious about exposing my account to risk. And one of the things that is extremely important to me is keeping away from the random risk band. Boy, when those guys, especially Trump, and this is no political statement whatsoever. This is a fact. We are in an environment with a huge unrecognized critical risk potential. And I can, if you don't believe me, look at the chart. I could show you the chart, but I'm busy looking at something else here. The Rose Garden tariff story, or the 10 o'clock in the morning on Friday Truth Social tweet about how what we're going to do, what China did, and why we're going to react with a huge tariff, neither of which happened and neither of which, mattered. But the market sold off 229 handles out of no place. So whenever that potential risk is, oh, look at what Mom did.
A little bit, huh?
Oh, good. Spicy hot.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Wow. Oh, thank you. Most unbelievable lady in the world. Really. I don't know how the hell I ever got that lucky. So what I was going to say was be really, really careful. Do what you want. Do what you think. But I personally am risk averse at this. This is my money in my account, and that's not a prop thing. I just, don't throw $50 at it and reset when it blows up, that kind of stuff, and that's what you're doing, super. But that's not what I'm up to. And I'm trying to see what is going on up here. I keep seeing a lot of Discord stuff going off. I don't know why. Well, I don't know how that can be. How do I get Discord stuff on my phone, and then there's nothing in the well, whatever. I don't know what that is or why, but it doesn't seem to matter. So, okay, great. Good for me. I keep seeing notifications pop up on my phone about Discord, and but I looked there and I don't see anything, so I'm not going to worry about it. Never mind. Okay, well, there we go. Now we, VPOC migration, pulled back up through it to the VWAP. These are the parts these are the aspects of that trade that I can't nail down properly to get a expectancy. I'm not sure if I was muted or not, but I thought I heard my cooling fans and my GPU fans spooling up, and I happened to look out the window and a cloud burst. Oops. It'd be a nice coincidence if this, if we get down to these IB lows here, just about the time that the political risk is off the table, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen, simply because that would be way too soon. What am I doing now? Let me just see here. NVIDIA is adopting Dassault's model-based systems engineering. Okay. Not a word about the Trumpinator. I guess maybe he's busy snorting cocaine with the president of Colombia. I should say Richard. I think I might have been muted. Hey, Richard. I hope everything's good on your end. It's 19C over here. Watching closely. Pretty disappointed about the lag here. That seems to be okay now on IRT. Watching for this B signal and then the trigger. So I'm real apprehensive when POTUS is near the microphone. That should be a B. Assuming that signals properly. Yeah, got a B there now. So this would be approaching the A. The trigger, I should say. And there's a trade. Okay, now let's get this wound up. Wound over there and see what happens. Oh, thank you so much. Data aggregate. That's not going to be good. There we go. Well, that was pretty quick, wasn't it? That's why I don't like to trade when guess who's talking. But it was a skew. Did have a B, but I don't have a structured trade on the, I don't have a trade on the system. So I got ahead of myself somehow there. And now there's a pullback, you know, now there's a, that's the pullback zone. I'm not going to go there. It did take a pullback zone trade, however, so figure. I stop and this thing takes one in the direction, the other direction, and there's making money. Okay. I don't know what to say. I don't have any qualms about taking the fact that it was in fact a B and then the trigger and in the direction of context and everything else, so not much I can say there. Getting pretty annoying though, I'll tell you that much. Oh, big lag on IRT. Well, that's annoying, boy, I'll tell you right now. I'm getting tired of taking this trade religiously and then having it not pan out. It's now becoming more than... I have to look at the stats again. It's been so long, but it's bordering on too many consecutive losers. And so I need to think about changing something. If I'm not wrong. Yeah. Really disappointing. Everything's working out real fine over here for the system itself. Not so much for me, however, on the manual trader guy side of life. Well, it's just one, there's a government shutdown again, and continual, spin out of this Epstein thing, and one thing after another, Richard. And the economy's not good, I mean, they're trying to, there's not going to be a non-farm payroll this Friday. They didn't put out the JOLTS report today because of this supposedly temporary shutdown thing. In other words, they're, in my opinion, they're grasping at straws to try to fudge stuff as much as they can. That's all I know. That's what I know. That should have closed it out. Yeah, it did, I think. Should have closed it out there. Assuming it did what it was supposed to do. And now what's going to happen here? Is it going to continue to sell down and this would be the profit? I don't know. It's not a signal. The system's working just as it's planned to do. It took the T1, it trailed up to entry, and there we are. So it's a scratch with T1. Long T1, as opposed to the short, which it did not take, and I am not exactly sure why. But, getting to the point here where I have to stop. I've got to do something here. I've got to, I don't know what. Just thinking out loud. I need to start getting this profitable, and, it's really important. I guess I should have to say that this is probably an error being taken a trade when potential risk is afoot. I guess. Now it took a short, it looks like. Why, I don't know exactly. Yeah, I took a short, and it's profitable. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna stand by and not give in to the FOMO guy.
Not sure why that, well, I am sure why that happened, but don't think that's a good thing to do. Too uncertain, you know, couldn't be just anybody say anything and it can go crazy. One thing I'm definitely not going to do is chase that, FOMO that, or any of that stuff. Well, I don't know what to do about this here now. Now it's a long. I give up. Too many signals for me, and I don't think that that's applicable. Well, I guess the long would have been a good one. Now that's not a signal that I can deal with, frankly. What's happening here is that it's taking alternating signals right around this tight reversal here, and that's not anything. It's working out fine as far as the system's concerned, but it's not anything I could deal with or want to, frankly. This is just news-driven shenanigans over here. I'm not going to even. I'm sorry. I took the signal trade, and there you go. But I'm disappointed about that, obviously, and likely won't get a chance to straighten that out before today is over with. System's having a ball. It's taking them right, left, and center over there. Now they're gonna dump it. Somebody said something. Now we got some crap going on in Iran. News about Iran. Oh, and the Bureau of Labor Statistics is not collecting February CPI data. Jesus Christ. I don't know what to think here, to be honest with you. I don't know what I would do now. I don't know what, this thing is trading like crazy over here. And so far it's, you know, T1, 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 and it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do, which is take the trade and trail to entry, and then if it scratches, it scratches. It's taken T1. So it's basically a 1-to-1. This is a loss here now, or no? Not, I guess. But that's not anything I'm ever going to do. So I need to figure out the the filter here, which can be programmed. The codable filter. For me to just stand here and not take the trades, but that's defeating the purpose. This is a job for a glass of water, I guess. This is really sucks, actually. Something that I need to be really aware of here, I just was thinking about this. I need to be really aware of the death by 1,000 cuts phenomenon, you know? Which I am. Yesterday I missed a full 2-target trade because of the middle of the day break, so I'm not going to do that going forward until 1500, and then I'll go collapse someplace, I guess. After, 8 or 9 hours. Yeah, it's just ticking them over. So it's taking 1, 2, 3, 4 P1s. And I don't have any idea what kind of signal would be happening now. Well, none actually. Okay. That's pretty good. They're all cleared because it's been both ways. Now what needs to happen for this to re-signal is to have a whole new series of A, B, and trigger, which means we need another initial balance. Slow would be from the top down, and the reason we don't have one here is the bar preceding the signal bar was not correct. It's an up bar or green bar. The rule is that the open has got to be higher than the close. Then this would be an A, then this would have been a B, then here we go again. Wonder how long this homie's going to be talking. Probably a long time. I'm gonna go pull the plastic off our roses out front. It's getting so warm, I'm afraid it's gonna kill them. Okay, so they took her down, huh? Well, there you go. Well, I'd have been pretty tickled if this would have happened right over here. Whoa, what was that? There you go. Well, look at that. And I wasn't short. I actually took a stop. Isn't that something? Well, that's just pretty darn disappointing there. Of course, you never know. That's a new random news event that who the hell ever knows. And you can be on the other side of that just as easily as not. Wow, I'm just doggone disappointed here. I don't know what to do. I got to rethink this whole idea. I'm just going to stand down here in this mess and be disappointed with that stop. I got to think about how to have the system just do my trading for me. It seems to do a lot better than I do. And I guess it's worth pointing out that 45 is the big number again. Isn't that freaking amazing? How many times, huh?
Unreal.
Got to get to 2 points here or so, or in order to capture the day's range. But I have to figure out what to do to make this. There's two problems with this system. me being precise with entries in accordance with the system and the infrequent number of trades. Now today it's taken 2 or 3 trades, which I was not going to do just out of my phobia of FOMO or revenge trading after the stop. But typically there's maybe 1 or 2 trades at most a day. That's not, if they're not, profitable to at least T1 or T2, that's not a good deal. That's not a long-term consistent profitability. Substantial. Taking advantage of the law of large numbers to get somewhere. I mean, if a casino or as a trader, you take 1 trade a day, going to take you an awful long time to get there. So this is not good. Well, Richard, I hope you're keeping an eye on 69.45 and Antonio and anybody else. Boy, has that been a bellwether. These are the times that FOMO can really get you. As you just see the market running away from you, and in my case especially, I've entered a short already. But here, look at that. There's the entry. It's 54 and this is 31. So it's 20 handles, 24 handles. But what it is really is a stop. You can certainly, if you're not aware of it, you can certainly convince yourself that this is these are reasons to go short. To, revenge, FOMO, and maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I just overreact to that, but I'm real aware of that stuff, so. How was that? Be real careful about FOMO or revenge trading here. Don't do that, but I am can certainly tell you the feeling. I'm just really standing here trying to figure out what to do next. Actually, I have to make a change here somehow. I don't have the luxury to just stand around and take a trade as, one stop or so a day. That's not gonna work. I won't live long enough. This is where rearview mirror traders can really shine. I am pretty disappointed about that. And I'm not sure what to think about it, actually, other than I resisted the urge. This was probably the perfect entry right here. I mean, without looking at the signals and all that stuff, this was great. Of course, it's hindsight, rearview mirror, right? Of course, it's great because I see that it tested the IV low, and now we're off 25 handle. But did I know that right there? No. Did I know that this was not going to go this way? No. Just like I didn't know that this was going to go this way. Then this way, then this way, then this way, then this way. That's, I don't know what to say or think other than pretty disappointing on my side of the fence. And I do get a little bit disappointed when people you say one thing and don't necessarily do it. Talk about only taking vetted structured trades, and you see them taking trades all over the board. I know from my personal experience that you cannot vet those trades that specifically, so many of them, so I know that it's bullshit. Depressing. I would like to have that be true. But you see what's, even though I have a vetted trades and a high expectancy and I'm leaning on the law of large numbers, I'm really getting sick of this right here. It's 4 or 5 stops in a row consecutively. I need, that's not good. All right, so it's not going to be anything for me to do with this vetted trade setup that I'm working now. I'm going to get a little exercise. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. So, yeah, keep your powder dry. Don't fall into FOMO. Don't revenge trade. I'm not doing any of that stuff, and I have every reason to be. There's a short. There's an IB signaled short. Stop. And then 50 points lower. So are Thursday's low and below, huh? I'll read it later, okay? All right. Days like this are very exasperating for me because I want to stick to my commitment to trade my vetted setup, and then I, get a stop. No more trades trigger, and away it goes. Notice this is instead of my usual 1 point high, it's 5 points high here today. Because they're busy selling this thing off like nobody's business. There you are. All right, power hour. So pretty dismal day for me. I don't exactly know what to think here. The only trades well, let me start from the beginning. I believe in approaching trading as a business of probabilities, not just a video game or gambling, you know. And I believe that it's statistical. And I believe this because of what I've learned from the most successful hedge fund people and traders in the world, like Jim Simmons and Tom Sosnoff, Paul Tudor Jones, Tom the Trader, those kind of guys. To just use discretion and, oh, I think this or I think that or I see this level and try to enter it isn't a long-term, can have short-term success, but I don't believe it can have long-term success. It isn't demonstrated that it can. Nobody has demonstrated to me that that's the case. And I'd be happy if they could. So the advice is, for the procedure, the system, methodology, let's put it that way, is that you identify a pattern that happens frequently and specific rules that qualify an entry to that, pattern or that strategy, and then risk management tools behind it. So I've done that with the one stuck out to me as obvious was the initial balance trades. There's two. You have initial balance continuation and you have an initial balance failure, or both the IB high and the IB low. So that gives you 4 opportunities and 2, market types, day types, whether it's trending or whether it's a mean reversion or balanced rotational. So that's what I've done. I also believe that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50 and that it's a fool's game to try to predict where the market's going. So for me, this makes perfect sense, but my problem now is that with these initial balance trades, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Here is a perfect setup trade for my setup. Stop. Nothing else. And then look at this big sell-off. So that's one trade and a stop today with this 70 or 80 point movement in the market. So I've got to do something different. I have to come up with a different idea, more flexible rules so that I'm not so rigid. And what that means is a lot of damn work, and I'll show you what I mean by that. First, I developed the methodology around the initial balance high and low. Market comes, let's go. Okay, market comes down to the initial balance low, takes the statistic, that is A, then takes B, then takes a trigger, then short, down you go. Or the other way around, which is a failure, which would be here, and then rotates back up. Now, the rules to do all of that are here. And perhaps they're too rigid or too granular. When I backtest this, it's phenomenal. It's got a great expectancy. It's got a high win rate and compared to loss rate and a high, R multiple and risk reward number. Expectancy is good. And the consecutive winners to consecutive losers is good. But in the real world, with me trading it manually on the book map, I can't use IRT to push it over there to book map, but it's not panning out, that one. So I need to figure out what I'm going to do here. Now, just in general, these are the rules. The way this whole thing works is these are these are the rules that I've come up with for the initial balance trades. And what happens is I select a number of days to backtest, instrument, etc. And then the computer will go through every 1 minute bar and evaluate each one of these rules every 1 minute bar. When there's a trade, when there's a target, when there's a stop, whatever it might be that evaluates to, it's just these are Boolean, right? So when they evaluate positive, there you go. And you can really develop a big statistically significant data set because of the speed. Okay, I can backtest 500 days in less than 10 seconds and over 1,000 trades. And I'll show you that right now. So here is MES, 2 contracts, 500 days. Oops. These are the reports I want to see. This is the session. And watch this. Oops, wrong button. Watch this. $498 days, 223,279 1 minute candles or 1 minute bars. Took 8 seconds. Generated $24,000 and $24,500. There is the 1,129 trades. So many long, so many short. Maximum favorable excursion is $325, and maximum adverse excursion daily is $60. There were 769 winning trades, average 35.91 or 35.31, and there were 210 losing trades, average 12.86. There were 37 consecutive winners and 6 consecutive losers. Then, if you want more granularity, and you should, I always do. Come on. Come on, stop thinking. Every trade, every one of the 1,147 trades is right here. When it was entered, what the trade was, the exits were, and what the reality, what the net price and net profitability was. You can then take that data, I do, and bring it over to a spreadsheet I cooked up here. And there they are. Every one of these lines is a backtest. Here is yesterday. No, the first. These are from the first. 498 trades, 1,200 trades total, 607, 41, 592, 5. This is a system which is, oh, that's the wrong one. I'm sorry. What I want to look at is up here. I forgot which one I was backtesting just now. This is a 12-tick stop, 12-tick T1, 48-tick T2, 2 contracts, no trail. And this is for just 19 days. I'm not doing a very good job of this for you. I'm sorry, but you get the point. Well, I tell you what, let's do. You know, we got plenty of time. Let's enter a new one. What day is this? 03/02/26. MES. 60 seconds. That's the periodicity of the chart. 2 lot. Now, let's get back over to IRT and let's backtest it again. And let's do one other thing. Let's confirm the exact setup and do that like this. Okay, so there's a 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2. There is a trail trigger at 12 ticks, so when we reach T1, we trail to entry. I thought, okay. You can set all of those things and change them all around. And now here is our data, so I'm going to try to have to do this on 2 separate lifts so that you understand what I'm doing. Okay, so we've got 498 days. We've got 1,129 trades. I'll tell you what I'm going to do is move this to the side briefly so that I can enter that stuff without looking. So we got 12, 48, 2, 12, 0, and it's 498 days, and it is 1,129 trades, and we have 769 winners, and the average winner is 35.31, and we have 210 losers or stops, and the average stop is 12.86. And there's 150 scratch. And that we have then 37 and 6. And total longs are 566 and shorts 563. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? And for $24,450. Okay, so what I've done here is enter every one of the values from this sheet here so you can see what's going on. And there they are. There's the trade. 12.48. I'm sorry, this is not 2, this is 12. Jesus. There we go, much better. So there's 12, 12, 48. And when we get to 2 contracts, when we get to positive 12 ticks or T1, it moves the break even or the stop up to entry. 1,129 trades, 769, 35, 210, 13, 150 scratch, 74.76 win rate, 25. Expectancy is 18.52. R factor is 1.14. Risk reward is 2.5. Profit factor is 3.66. There's our trades per day. There is our consecutive winners, consecutive losers, long, short, and total. There's the commissions, and there's the net. Now I believe this is a trade I can take and rely on. The problem I have here is the number of trades I'm generating per day. Because, like for example, today I took 1 triggered trade and it's a stop. Well, if there's 6 consecutive losers, that's 6 days in a row. Could be 6 days in a row. I'm waiting for this 37 consecutive winners to hit, and they're not. And it's getting kind of demoralizing, but this is the way I believe you must approach it systematically. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm trying to do. And if I can help anybody share these, share the sheets, share any of the trading system with IRT or the charting or any of that stuff, I'm happy to do that. And I'd love to have some feedback and dialogue. Now, I've also started working on it just to prove to myself that it was YouTube BS, an opening range trade thing, which I've already done. And it is crap. But I need to come up with another strategy that I can fill in with, you know? And I need to be in some sort of a context filter, which I can code, because when I backtest, this is absolutely, as you saw, 8 seconds. It's absolutely no discretion, no input by me, no hands-on, no nothing. It validates each rule specifically, and that's that. Well, if I want to have a context filter that says I don't want to be going long when the market's doing this, I need to be able to code that over here so that that is the same, that can be worked in with the backtests. And, you know, that's what I'm struggling with. Another problem here that's happening to me personally here live on this. And remember, this stream is live. The reason it is the entire cash session is I have an absolute commitment to take no trades off the stream. Fully transparent, fully accountable. You see exactly everything I'm doing on my charts, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I'm thinking and explanation for why I'm doing what I'm doing. So it's not a secret whatsoever. And that's, you know, that's by intention. So, but one thing that's important to know is that this is my live AMP futures trading account, funded with my money. Now today I lost 24 ticks, $30. This is a micro. This is backtest, and it's traded by IRT on live rhythmic data, same data as the bookmap runs on, but it stays within the simulated account in IRT because I don't want this being pushed out to AMP and causing some giant problem that I'm not aware of. You know, because I don't know how to do that. Let's be honest, you know, this is the short answer. I don't know how to be sure I have coded this properly. There are big differences. You don't use enter or stop or T1 or T2. You use TR dash, and that tells the system that it's going to be doing trading. The system has to wait to get feedback from Rhythmic, which means, if I'm not mistaken, pretty much means I've got to get rid of trading on bookmap. It's got to only be going through IRT is what I suspect. But anyway, because it doesn't know where to send the data, you know. So what happens here is that when I see a signal, I immediately replicate it over here manually. And that's what I did right here. And in reality, I took this trade right there, long, right here. And it wasn't, or short, I'm sorry. And it was not correct. It was the wrong entry. The system didn't really take that entry, even though over here, in my view on bookmap, it looked exactly the same. So it looked like all the pieces were in place. So I take a stop. Then I sit here and I don't get another signal that I'm comfortable with, because I'm trying to figure out what happened with this first one. And look at, you know, and I miss 50 handles. I can't afford that luxury anymore. I have to just cut this down to something simple that I can trade, and trade it every day. So there's that. Okay, that's this. Now we're going to I'll do a market recap at the bottom of the hour, and then we'll have the market on close at 1450, and the stream closes every day at 1500, and then open again at 0800 tomorrow morning. There we go. And something I'll say about this stream, there is absolutely no question that it is live in real time, and I trade live in real time on stream. It's absolutely, I don't want to call any names or anything, but not a lot of people do that. And this is exactly why. My frustration shows, I suppose. And the outcome is real. Live, real money, live data. Not happening pretty many other places, I don't think. But only a few traders that I know of. Let me think about that for a minute. I can only think of one other trader that I believe trades live on stream that I know of. And that's Tom, best loser to win Tom, Bogart. Maybe there's others, I'm sure it must be, but I don't know them. And I'm not talking about somebody like Matt or whatever that would trade for, have a 2-hour stream and then miraculously always make the big losses back in the afternoon for the next morning and all that crap. I don't believe any of that was live or non-sim. And was always a prop thing, with Hail Marys of, 10 contracts and copy trade to 20 accounts and all that stuff. I'm sure there are plenty. I'm just saying, I don't know. It's humbling because it's your errors and your outcome is there for all the world to see. So that's the idea. That was my idea in starting this. Oh, and I'm here all busy doing code stuff, and it's already 14:30. Wow, wow, wow. 3 holes in the ground, right? So another day grinds into the dust here. And a disappointing one at that for me. No, I don't overtrade, I don't FOMO, I don't chase, I don't do any of that stuff. But when I take a trade that's as signaled, as planned, and take a stop, that's irritating, right? I know it's only one of hundreds, but still, they add up, right? You get 10 of them, that's $240, or 10 of them, $300, $3,000. $300, and that's why I'm trading micros. I have a scale up thing I will go over maybe tomorrow when I'm doing the backtesting part. I forgot to do that. I have a scaling system, scale up, that is purely math and statistics driven. It's not any kind of discretionary, oh, I'm going to trade micros today or minis tomorrow or something else. It's done by math. So daily recap, baby. Well, if I've got to tell you what happened today, you've been asleep at the wheel. There's the open, and there we are. 87 from 7,000. This is 68.87. Remember. So that's over 100 points. Off, straight down. Very disappointing. Yeah, that's what else to say, huh? So there we have that. Here's the Investor RT. This is I mentioned in the pre-market I was expecting some responsive selling to take profit, and I wasn't quite looking forward to that, but it did work out. And this is the NQ. Here's the market profile, and over here we have this is the micro composite chart. Now this is day session only, RTH session only. And let me point something out here on IRT. All of my IRT charts, in the header there is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session everywhere. So there can be should be no question. These are daily candlesticks, and wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and in so doing, it will generate a micro composite VPOC, the high and low volume nodes, all-time high, all-time low, all that, of course. And also we have session prices, which push automatically to bookmap. Now the high and low volume nodes push to bookmap automatically. Otherwise, I enter them manually. So here we did. We're just spanking everybody. There's no confidence in the market and what's going on. And then there was this drama with Iran that happened about 3 or about 1:30, I guess, whenever that was. 11:30. Okay. By the way, this is Central Standard Time. All of my charts and that I refer to. And what are we doing for volume? I'll bet we're high. 115% at this time of day. And we're down to 3 points on the ATR in a 1 minute candle. That's often we're below that. We're often down in the ones. Now, once again, they have managed to screw up our economic reporting. Seems like if I didn't know better, I'd say it was intentional. So we didn't have JOLTS today because it's Bureau of Statistics, and of course they didn't put anything out. They've already announced they're not going to put out the non-farm payroll on this Friday at 7:30, like has been scheduled for years. They're also not going to put out the PMI or the CPI for February. They're not busy collecting that either. So this is all Bureau of Labor Statistics. Tomorrow, are we going to get any of this stuff? I doubt it. JOLTS, job openings, probably won't get tomorrow. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. S&P PMI we should get. That's about it. Because now whether they'll get their act together and get the government data back, and it's increasingly questionable whether the data is meaningful anymore, which is pretty disappointing. This is investing.com, which is free. You can filter it however you want. If you pay for it, all these ads go away. I keep it free so that anybody coming by the channel can have access to this stuff without paying for anything. Also, it's earnings week. That's a big deal. We've got AMD reporting after the bell, and tomorrow is Alphabet, A and B, and big earnings. Look at that list of earnings for the day. That's just today. So, yeah. There's a couple of earnings out there. Tomorrow, we got the Alphabets and Eli Lilly and on and on. Big day as well. The next thing that happens here in the news department is financial juice. Now, this is different in that these non-economic reporting events, which it has become increasingly evident lately have a big impact on the auction, are pulled into this calendar. You'll never see this stuff in IRT investing.com unless it's been scheduled well in advance. But these will pull in here during the day. And that's really great. I really appreciate that, because this could very definitely have a market moving effect. The right side over here is much more of a squawk box deal, and this is where we're going to have the market on close imbalance announcement here pretty quick at 1450. Now this is kind of funny because there's a lot of strange stuff that was in here that isn't in here now. That's kind of interesting. Like, for example, do you see this one anywhere, which I screen snapped right out of here at that time? I don't. So that's interesting. 11 o'clock. Let's see what time it is. Let's look at it. No, nothing. So that big blurb that was a red light, now they did put this up here, which maybe is what superseded the other one with its effect on the crude and the dollar and the S&P. I don't know. So this is also free, and again, I'm sure they'd be tickled if you paid them. So it's just kind of crazy, My only advice in this environment is to remember that your main objective as a trader is to preserve your account. And you do that by minimizing the number of times that the time that you expose your account to market risk, and you manage that risk. That's why I'm trading micros. Okay? This would be $300 instead of $30. Well, this is my funded account, and it's limited funds, so I don't want to blow it up. Now, that's pretty much it. We're going to have the market on close and balance at another 10 minutes. And yeah, I'm going to give a long, hard thought as to what I'm going to do with this system and trading in general here. I've got to turn this around, do something. There you go. Okie dokie. 3.5 minutes of market on close. No big pearls of wisdom here other than my usual advice about You are the most important tool in your trading office, you know? And so often we don't think about that. We spend all kinds of time, money, thought, monitors and software and indicators and strategies and what, all the things I talk about here all the time. And in reality, the most important thing in your trading office is you sitting on your side of the monitor. Your eyes take in all that data, your brain processes it all, and uses that to make financial decisions that affect you and your family. Or you, however you want to look at it. Now, if you're trading a prop thing and you're just video game and gambling, good for you. Enjoy yourself. But I'm talking to those traders out there that are doing this as a business and a consistently sustainable, consistently profitable business. So you need to be real aware of what you're doing and take good care of yourself. This is a highly competitive business. You need to be well rested and hydrated and not on emotional tilt and in good shape, fit, exercise. Those are all really important. I mean, they're the traders on the other side of the screen that come into those hedge funds and higher time frame floors and desks. Those guys are super well paid, super intelligent and educated, most of them younger, and they've got one thing in mind when they come into that office, and they've got a whole host of support behind them, algos and money, deep money, investments. There's one thing they have, and there's one goal, and that's to make money. And futures is a zero-sum business. When you take a trade short, somebody else took a trade long, takes that same trade long. That's a fact. So it's not personal, but they come in to make money, and they want their trades to win. And that is why most sleepy retailers get swept under the bus, I think. So that's going to have that market on close in about half a minute here. So see what kind of a bump we get, if anything. Oh, it's a little princess. Hi, princess. Want to say hi to everyone? No. There's no everyone anyway, so it doesn't matter. So let's see what happens. 37 seconds, or no. 20 seconds. There you go. Not much of a market on close pop right there, boy. Now, they were pretty small orders yesterday. Let's see what we get out of it today. Whoa, well, I might have misunderstood. We got 1,396,000,000 S&Ps on the buy side. 78 million NAS 100s on the buy side, and the Dow 30, 205 million. Mag 7 is 349 million. Buy side all. So there you go. Now you know. Remember that the stream starts every morning at 8 o'clock. Pre-markets, do the statistics, set everything up, bracket orders, all that, both IRT and Bookmap. Pre-market stuff, what I figure we're going to do at the open, and boy, did we do it today. remember that I start pushing these session prices every Sunday at 5 or 1700 until Friday night at 1600. And if you could use those, let me know. I'll hook you up free, no problem. Drop something in the chat. It is comes from Google. I push them up to Google, and it's a CSV file link from Google. You can put it in here, Bookmap, Cloud Notes, or these levels, or whatever your charting package, however it uses CSV and levels. There you go. Like and subscribe, that would be great. That's all I'm in this for, besides, the fact that it's my virtual stream. And I don't think you'll find any stream that's more live and real. Absolutely transparent and, is what it is. Really, really trading. So we've got about 5 minutes now, and let's see what else is there to say. Disappointing. Anybody got any great ideas or suggestions on strategies? Trades that you take that win? Please drop them in the chat. I would be really all ears, This is not my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now, and I share it openly and completely. So I would appreciate the same. Okie dokie. 2.5 minutos. What happened here? How did that happen? Okay. Yeah. Thanks for coming by. Drop in tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Throw a thing about the reminder. Apparently that, click the bell thing. Apparently that helps. Subscribe, like, send money, whatever. I'm easy. I'm not free, but I'm reasonable. And about a minute here for the cash close. There we have it, 1,500 cash close. So 7 hours on the clock here for the stream. Have a great evening. Take care of yourself. Get up, get out of your basement, put your pants on, go outside, look down the street, give your eyes a rest, and do something healthy. And by all means, be here tomorrow morning.